Before we get started, a big thank you to all of my supporters over on Patreon and on Twitch, with the Patreon people coming up on screen now. A big thank you to my legendary supporters, Mike, Kira, and Obi-Wan Kanzi. Thank you guys. I really very much appreciate it. If you would like to help support me and the channel, then you can head over to twitch.tv/mandatoryquest and drop a sub over there. Or you can go over to patreon.com/mandatoryquest and become a Patreon member for some early access to some videos and some behind the scenes stuff. Yeah, so we are continuing on with Frosthaven. So we are on scenario 46 today, which is Dead Pass, which is the other quest we needed to do along with number 45 to be able to get the two things to then activate the thing. It's like a go get these two things to help us do this thing. So we needed to get new snow. So we got the was it ancient ice or something last time? I actually can't remember, but something like that. And now we're looking for new snows. I'm not quite sure how we do that yet, but there you go. So this is a scenario outside of Frosthaven, so we will need to do a road event. See you, Chaz. Congrats again, buddy. Thanks for stopping by. So we are in winter, so we need to do a winter road event. I'm kind of digging being in winter. It's been so long. Right, winter road event 30.
The sun is disappearing behind the mountains for the evening. You set your pack down on a rock embedded in the snow and start setting up camp. The weight of your pack was just enough to break the rock free of the snow and ice, creating a small avalanche and sending your supplies tumbling off a cliff. Winter days are brutally cold, but without a source of warmth, winter nights are deadly. You're unprepared in unfamiliar territory. Sunlight is dwindling, and you can already feel your fingertips going numb. If you don't find a way to warm up or find a way through this darkness, you're going to have a rough night. Option A. Search the remains of what you brought with you for a way to generate heat and light. Option B. Give up and hike back to Frosthaven.
All right, chat, what do we do? Option A or option B? Now, we do have potentially some useful traits here. We do have resourceful, educated. I don't know about arcane, chaotic, and intimidating, though. But we do have resourceful and educated, which may get us out of this bind. Hey, get to grips. How's it going, buddy? It's quite a dramatic event, this one. It's like super like dramatic music. Uh-oh. Option A. Hooray. Right. What do you know it? What do you know it? Option A. If a party member has resourceful. We do indeed have resourceful.
You are able to stretch the meager supplies and keep everyone warm through the night.
Wow. That's super, super dramatic. Okay. So this card has no effect. I guess it was always going to be a bad thing. Okay. So if we didn't have Resourceful, we would start the next scenario either discarding one card with Fire or Light, or suffer 3 damage. Also infuse Ice at the start of the next scenario. If we went B, it would be all characters start the next scenario discarding 2 cards. Resolve another Winter Road event. Oof. That could be really bad. That could double stack 2 really horrible effects, right? Luckily for us, we got away with it. But that could have been a really nasty event to get. If you had to go B and then get another bad winter event, that could be quite bad. Good for us though, we don't have to worry about that. So let's go to Dead Pass. All right, and let's hear the introduction.
The Dead Pass is hardly an encouraging name, and yet this is where the Snowspeaker emissary Gurndel has led you, certain that at the end of it, you will find the new snow.
In ages past, when there were any disputes among the Snowspeakers about the word of Geru, we would come here. The snow that falls here comes straight from Geru's mouth. There is nothing more pure.
The trail itself extends from the top of a crumbling saddle in the Copperneck Mountains, a narrow valley.
Hey, thank you for the sub, Andrea and Harrison.
Immense
Thank you so
boulders
much.
and great piles
Welcome
of
to
debris
Adventuring Party.
that the word pass in the name must be a joke. Travel through the range would be impossible here. The air is colder than you expected. Steady gusts of wind push you backward, almost as if trying to send you away. It's a warning to the lost or the foolish who wander in here. And yet, you persist. You move deep into the valley, and the high walls cut off the sun. It is a foreboding place, suffused with an air so malevolent that even the Olgok's elder at your side looks warily back and forth.
The valley will not simply let us pass.
Gurndel mutters. You watch the precipice high above, growing paranoid that something will drop down from the great height, but it is the ground that you should have been watching.
Ooh.
Moving with rigored ancient stiffness, several half-buried bodies suddenly shift in the shadows and pry themselves loose from shallow earthen beds. Undead guards lurch away from the hard
Zombies!
ground and stony
Yoink.
walls, dirt and rock, puffing away as their frozen limbs animate once more.
So long have we neglected this place.
The Olgox nods grimly at the enemies.
The new snow lies at the end of this path, but no fiend can touch it. We must work carefully and pray that the darkness does not close on us.
Ooh. Cool. This is nice. Is the VO official? It is Silver. It is Fortella is the app. It is official. The app is free, but then you buy modules for different games. So there is a Gloomhaven module as well. I know you've been doing reading out your story bits yourself, but there is a Gloomhaven module. It's a Frosthaven module. There's lots of different ones actually. They've done quite a lot. I think Jaws of the Lion's on it as well. I think. But there is more than just Gloomhaven games. There's way more. Did I hear your Drake? I did. It was very good. It was very good. Some of us though, for me, not so good. So I have to use voiceover. So it works quite well. Fortella is, in general, I think it's very good. There are a few things about it that are a little bit like sometimes like in that particular audio segment, you could hear that there The road event was really loud, but then for some reason this one felt like it was quieter. I didn't change the audio levels anywhere, so for some strange reason the audio levels are sometimes a bit inconsistent between the recordings. Sometimes like they're mixed a little bit oddly, like so the background sounds a bit too loud over the voices, I would say. But for the most part, they're very good. And it's helpful if you don't really feel like reading, you know, several pages of things. That's the other thing. If you don't feel like, you know, I really don't want to sit here and have to read, you know, a whole page, it's quite nice to have it kind of voiced to you. Okay, so the Dead Past then. The scenario goal. The scenario is complete when 20 new snows have been harvested. At the end of that round, read 85.4. Well, doesn't seem to be any snows right now. Scenario effects. Each character adds 2 -1 cards to their attack modifier deck, which I believe I have already done. Double check. Should be some additional -1s in there. Oh, maybe not actually. 1, 2, 4. Oh. It's kind of strange. I thought I did that. Maybe I didn't. It's alright, good catch. I should probably shuffle that now because I sort of did just look at it. Give it a big shuffle. Give it a big shuffle. Shuffle, shuffle. Section links. When door 1 is open, read 40.2. There is no description about what D is yet, so obviously D will become important later on, but it is not important right now. Hey, Tweenie. How's it going, buddy? Good to see you. D is always important. If you say so. If you say so, Dolph. Right, battle goal time. So for our Pyroclast, we get Peacemonger, Duelist, or Westrel. Or Westrel. Westrel? Westrel? Peacemonger, never kill an enemy. That's an interesting idea, but usually not a great recipe for success in Gloomhaven or Frosthaven. Duelist, never exit a hex adjacent to an enemy except through forced movement. That's probably pretty doable for me. Westrel, lose a card to negate 2 or less damage from an attack. That's so super easy to do. I only need 1 check mark to get a new perk. Let's go Duelist. I feel like Peacemonger is just going to naturally happen because we're playing 2-player. We can't have one character not kill anything. You know, we might just draw a ×2, for example, and that would sort of suck. You take a Duelist every time you join it and never failed it. It's easier to check alcohol in the deck, in your opinion. I feel like I failed it a couple of times, but it's more so because I keep forgetting that I have it rather than like actively not playing around it. Does that make sense? Like I just forget that that's, and then I will realize 2 turns later, oh yeah, I did that move a few turns ago and I've lost it now. You know, I can't remember a time where it's a bit of an awkward one because you have to kind of keep it on top of it because you can easily just fail it without really thinking because you're just trying to play, you know, play well. But I would agree, it's a very easy 2 check mark for sure. Layabout gains 7 or fewer experience before any bonuses. Well, impossible on Hive because we start with 2 XP, so that's gone. Assassin or Recluse. Assassin, kill an enemy before it takes its first turn. Fairly doable, but Nah, it's maybe a little bit tricky. We got Shrike Fiends, Burrowing Blades, and Frozen Corpse. I felt like they're all fairly healthy, so even if a couple of summons had a go, I still don't feel like it's going to happen. Recluse, never end your turn adjacent to any other character. Yeah, let's do Recluse. I feel like Recluse is probably fairly simple to do. Don't really like the other ones. Is this the Algox quest path? It is. Yeah, so this is I think Andrea, we will be done. Well, we have one more scenario, so we have to do this. Then there's another scenario after that, and I think that might be the end of the quest line. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, we're getting towards the end of it. Challenge. Swarming tactics. All enemies add jump to all their move abilities. Oh, hang on. That's kind of bad for the Pyro. I was like, that seems really easy because the Burrowing Blades kind of do that anyway. Strike Fiends don't often move and just sort of stand there. But actually having jump will mean that they will avoid all of that. Well, the hazardous terrain will basically not come into play unless I push them or pull them or do stuff. But having said that, now Burrowing Blades jump anyway. Frozen Corpses. The next room, I don't know much about it. I can see what tile it is. It's a big square tile. So the chances are the jump's not really going to matter. I think that's a doable challenge. I think that's a doable challenge. You unlocked Fist, so you went the opposite direction. Ah. Yeah, I feel like maybe I would have been better off unlocking Fist in the end. It was the way this... To be honest, I didn't choose which one to unlock. I just kind of like went whichever one was easier to kill at the time, which was maybe not the best way of doing it. Not knowing that there was going to be a very real consequence to that. It's like, yeah, I'll just kill whichever one was easier to kill at the time. Like with what they drew, basically, from their ability. Good, so we're ready to start, I think. So the only thing we need to do is we need to set a mode for our... set a mode for our hive. I think it's fair to say that we could maybe start in the machine bolter, just to give myself extra targets. I think we probably want to go fairly late here. Yeah, let's start in the machine bolter. One, two. Also, I need to make sure that I have the 2 blesses from... Nice. From the temple. Because it never seems to carry that over. Okay. Right, I think we're going to go late with Hive to start with. Just to kind of let them come towards us a little bit. Set up and then kind of go in and attack them. On our Pyro, I think Pyro, we want to also go pretty late, to be honest. Let's see how this goes. Oh, wow. That's a bit odd. Well, I guess it's kind of fine. What are they moving? 4. That's a big move, though. That really didn't kind of go the way that I was expecting here. I could move... I just don't want to take a bunch of damage early on, you know? What are they doing? 1, 2... They're gonna... Yeah, I mean, they're attacking for 3. Well, I guess the first one would push me away, right? Yeah, that's kind of true. This might actually be a turn where I just don't do anything. Really strange. I honestly might just go 1, 2 and let them go 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'd do anything. Ugh. I don't like it, but it has to be that. Hey, Bones. Noop, noop. How's it going, buddy? Yeah, what a weird... That's so weird, but... Kind of have to just give up my turn, because I don't feel like I really can do much more. I certainly don't want these Shrike Fiends to be coming in. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hive time. Drummond, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. How are you doing? Welcome in. So, launch pod time. We do have -1 range. This is fine though, because we've got to move 4. So I think we'll go here with Hive. And then we will do our launch pod. Hey, WNV. Watch some of these on YouTube, but nice to catch something live. Well, welcome in. Good to have you on the live stream. Glad you've been enjoying it on YouTube, and good to have you here on live stream. Welcome, welcome. Launch pod. Let's fire off. Well, let's just attack first. I look at like, which one should I fire off? No, let's attack number 3 first. Yeah, there's no point me adding anything or doing anything with this. So that's -1. Of course, I drew one of the scenario effects. Then on the other guy, miss. Wow. Yeah, that couldn't get as pretty much as bad as it could possibly get. That was actually awful. Okay. 1 damage to number 3. But we do get to put a summon into play, which we will fire off the arcing generator. That was pretty brutal. Arcing generator has been fired off. That is really not cool, man. Losing Recluse. Oh, fucking... See what I mean? I hate doing battle goals when I'm playing 2-player. I just forget them so often. Could I have basically achieved that? No, I couldn't have achieved it without doing... Yeah, I basically have screwed myself here. I could have done a disadvantaged attack. Or I could have used maybe my bow to make them both range 3. I could have done a disadvantaged attack here. And not lose Recluse. So I should draw 1 more. It doesn't really matter because I had the shuffle anyway, but I don't want to lose it quite yet. That's a good catch, though. I forget that so much. So much. Okay, then this guy doesn't do anything. Next turn. Where did I find those colored bases for the minis? So these are actually from Blood Rage. They just happened to be the right kind of fit. So both of these are from Blood Rage, and so are these little skull tokens that I'm just using to kind of show you guys what the color of the standees are. So that's what they are. They are the Rage tokens. Well, that was a very underwhelming round in the end. I was hoping they'd go at least a little bit earlier than that, but we kind of got screwed, actually. It's not good. It wasn't really what I was looking for. It's okay. If I can kill these Shrike Fiends quickly, I think that's really what I need to do here. As maybe long-term viewers of this series will know, Shrike Fiends are my least favorite enemy type from Frosthaven. I am not a fan. It's also put me in a really weird position where I don't actually have any decent terrain, like hazardous terrain out. So I can't really do anything. Also a bit of a yikes. I suppose I could try and pull one of them into some hazardous terrain. That might be okay. It just feels very meh. Sure, do it on... Oh, I'd have to do it on 18. I don't really want to do it before... Actually, I mean, I suppose I could do it before. It doesn't really matter. Oh no, yeah, it does really matter. Shoot. Maybe I just go all out and just Igneous Path this. I mean, this D, to me, makes it sound like something's going to summon or do something here. So maybe like just putting a bunch of hazardous terrain tiles down here is actually not bad. Because we're going to have plenty of other opportunities to use them. Just to me feels like a little bit too soon to be doing that kind of thing. Screw it. Let's go fast and hard on this one. I feel like it's just worth doing. Alright, this could be a good turn. Oh, or not. Strike Fiends decide otherwise again. All enemies within range of me suffer 2 damage. Great. So this is going to be basically my Arcane Generator is going to die on the first turn it gets to act. This is great. Strike Fiends, everyone. Okay. Yeah, my Arcane Generator is just dead. It's just dead. That's, like, nuts. There's nothing I can do about it. This is the problem with, in my opinion, this is the problem with Strike Fiends, is that there's just 4 pure damage. Oh. What? What am I supposed to do? And then they're going to retaliate as well? Like, just to really screw you over, we're also going to retaliate. That is ridiculous ability. Are they annoying, difficult to beat, or just don't fit theme-wise? You're seeing why. Ability, they're just really annoying and difficult to deal with. Like, it's difficult for you as a character to beat that initiative in Frosthaven. It's just difficult. A lot of the characters don't have lower than that. So, yes, if they're really far away, that's like a perfect one for them to draw on the first turn, right? So, I just got very unlucky, but I'm just not a huge fan of swingy draws on enemies. And they pretty much just had the perfect combination of 2 abilities to play. They go late, move really, really close to you, and then they're going to go early now and just blow you up. This is like the kind of turn that a player would do, not, in my opinion, an enemy that is like you can have more than one of in a room. If there was one in this room, yeah, it'd be okay. You'd deal with it. But if there's 2 of them, you can see how frustrating they can be. I haven't even really managed to do anything against them yet. Not to mention they're also immune to Poison Wound and Muddle. So they are basically mini bosses. And I felt like they're just very difficult for players to deal with. They don't have any like inherent weaknesses that most party comps will have. They just, yeah. Like, there are some enemies where you're like, great, they have a certain weakness and you can exploit it. And maybe your party might not have that much of it, so it's difficult. Whereas Strike Fiends, I'm like, there's probably there's a small kink in the armor, maybe with Immobilize or something like that, or if you just leave them alone. It's only when you get up close to them that you really have a problem. But then they can pull something like that, and then you're kind of forced to have to deal with them, right? At level 1, they're horrifying. At level 8, they're garbage, yeah. Poorly balanced. Yeah, I think that's probably a fairly way to do it. I mean, like, you can see there that if I was playing a summoning character, let's say you're playing the Bone Shaper, you've just lost your skeleton from the first turn. So you've taken 2 damage, you've lost your skeleton, you've also now taken an additional 4 damage from the Strike Fiends, which now mean you can't summon. So, like, a level 1, like a Bone Shaper would just be like, I cannot deal with this. Like, it's just an enemy that cannot be dealt with by someone like a Bone Shaper. Yeah, there you go. See, Hawks, play Bone Shaper as your starter and it's horrendous. Absolutely, I totally believe you. It looks horrible. Okay, I was just going to do a default move 2 here, and then I was just going to... hang on, I gotta work out where I'm gonna do this fire thing. I think I just do it through here. But then I don't get what I really wanted to do, which was to get them through, but... One... Okay, so that's going to get me 2 XP. And I'm going to do 3 damage to each of the Shrike Fiends. Because it's not an attack, I don't take retaliate damage. That is now burned. I mean, to me, Shrike Fiends were a mistake. They should not have been made as any. And the thing is, we're going to get this problem, I think, going forward. In Gloomhaven, they had a good base set of enemies. And for the most part, I think pretty much every enemy from Gloomhaven... I'm trying to think if there's any enemies in Gloomhaven that aren't in Frosthaven. And I can't think of any. Scouts, maybe? There are no scouts? Like, vermlings? I can't remember if there's vermlings or not. Probably not. So maybe they're not here. But for the most part, a lot of enemies returned, and there was a few new ones kind of brought in. And I feel like a couple of the enemies they brought in are really cool. I actually quite like Burrowing Blades. I think they're a pretty fun enemy to fight against. They're dangerous, but they've got like a unique style. But eventually, we're going to get to a point where the enemies are just like really convoluted with their abilities, and they're going to be like wildly imbalanced potentially. Cultist, there you go. Yeah, Cultist, that's another one. I think my favorite enemies that they've added... I quite like all the Lurker enemies, actually. All the Lurker enemies are good. They're fun to fight. They're kind of fairly straightforward with what they do. I like the eels a lot. They're fun to fight because you can avoid them, so it just feels good fighting them. They're not a particularly difficult enemy, but it's just they're fun to fight. I don't mind most of the unfettered enemies were fine as well, to be honest. Maybe a little bit vanilla at times, like some of them, like the bolt shooter, for example, but it did a job. Yeah, I like the unfettered enemies as well. The Shrike Fiends to me are just nah. Not good. Right, Arcing Generator is about to kill itself, so that's fun. So it's going to attack 1, 2, and I mean, there's nothing I can do about it. I've lost a summon straight away, which, you know, for a character who tries to keep them around for a long period of time is not great. Well, it hits a bless, so at least that's nice. So it hits number 3 for 4. But then it takes retaliate damage and dies. Absolutely brutal. I hate all robot-themed characters and enemies. Really? I like Hive. Hive's fun. I think the character design is probably one of the best so far that I've played. What am I doing with my Hive? So I was gonna... Yeah, I wanted to try and get it in a nice way where this guy could walk onto one of these. But I couldn't do it because I couldn't get the 3 damage and get them to move. Which kind of blows. So we'll just get him to go there. And he's going to attack for 1, 2, on number 3. Nice. But then the retaliate triggers. I suppose, in a way, that's probably okay, because we get the retaliate trigger. Maybe that's actually preferential there. Maybe that's actually what we wanted. Then we'll use a long-range missile. And we'll do an attack 3, range 5, but it'll actually be range 4 because of this. But we get to do target 2. So I think we'll just go straight onto the Shrike Fiends. We just need them dead. I don't want them hanging around. So -1 on number 3, so that's dead. +1 on that one, so that's 4 damage here. And that one is dead, and we take retaliate 2. Already beaten up. Dead. You don't find it thematically good for Havenverse? You expect some magical things, monsters, not Transformers. I will say that, in my opinion, this, in terms of like breaking the aesthetic of the game, this character is by far the worst I have seen. Like, it's not even close. This to me looks something straight out of like an anime. Like, it does not look like it belongs in the Haven universe. I've always seen Haven universe as a fairly gritty, dark fantasy universe that has a few fantastical elements, like you got the Tinkerers and there's contraptions, a little bit of steampunk here or there. This is full-blown like Gundam suit, and I don't particularly think that this was a good choice. I love the character design, I just don't quite understand how this character lives. And even if you look at the artwork alongside like the others, right, it just looks strange. Like, it's just not, like, how are these two fighting alongside each other? I wouldn't be surprised if a different artist even did the artwork for Hive. So I totally get behind you. I don't mind the kind of like the unfettered side of things, where it was kind of like half disassembled robots that were kind of like, you know, they're kind of like ancient by design, a little bit like the whole kind of ancient artillery storylines and stuff, the ancient technology in Gloomhaven. I didn't mind that because it kind of was like, yeah, it's like these old contraptions and sort of steampunk, and it sort of felt very mechanical and very like basic or simple, with like some magic that was going on. Whereas, you know, this is like a robot. This is just a robot that has like, you know, complex wires and pistons and things like that. Yeah, it's got like little bugs all over it, but it looks alien to the game for sure. It does make me wonder where that's going. And in fact, I'm actually going to make that as a note. So I'm making little notes. That was a really good point, and I'm going to make that in my... I'm kind of writing down whenever I have a little thought about Frosthaven. I am writing it down in my little notes here. So... I may or may not talk about it in my review, but I'm just making, I have like a notepad file where I'm just updating things when they come out in conversation. Bulu, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest, welcome in. Robots are people too. They are. I mean, they are in this game. They are kind of sentient, right? So that's going to be an attack of, was it 1? So 2 damage and a wound on the pyro. Oh, actually, sorry, disadvantage. Okay. Did I make fire last turn? I did, right? Yeah. I forgot to add it. Oh, yeah, rough start. Really rough start to the scenario. That's not... I guess I shouldn't really be surprised. It is a Shrike Fiend scenario, which is literally just the worst scenario. And now because I have no summons out, it's very difficult for me to actually do anything. It's super difficult for me to do anything. I suppose I could get it back by burning another card. It feels a bit strange. I could use reassemble to get it back. It would work quite well in this situation. It actually would work really well in this situation. Oh, I'm going to play it. Why not? Just no more reassembling, I guess. I'm going to go for it. I will use Living Magma as well. This should be an okay turn. As long as the enemies don't mess it up, which luckily they're not. Right. So this will be fun. I haven't actually tried this before, so this will be an interesting turn at least. So bottom of reassemble. Play 1 card from your lost pile to perform a summon action on that card. So that's what we'll do. We'll do summon Arcing Generator. So, welcome back, friend. This could be a mistake because this summon is just pretty garbage in this scenario. I don't know. But the PS to me seems like it would be fairly useful to have myself. So, I might just kind of keep it as my mode. Great. So, we summon the Arcing Generator. That will get us 2 XP. Okay, then we're going to transfer. So we will transfer into the Arcing Generator, which will put the Machine Bolter out. This might be a mistake, so can I actually move these summons or not? I can't actually move it. Well, that's fun. I'll have to, like, swap or something. Swap again. Okay, so we've done that. Then we get to move 2, which I'll move. I can stay here. Actually, no, I will move here. I want to just try and move a little bit closer. And then we'll do Faceless Entity. So, where's my mode token? Where's my mode token? There it is. Okay, great. So we'll do an attack of 2. Well, it's actually an attack of 1, but with Pierce 5 against the Burrowing Blade. Okay, nothing. We'll skip the transfer and we'll do it again. +1. So that'll be 3 damage to the Burrowing Blade. Okay. Not too bad. We got that back, I suppose, but I don't know. Might have been a bit too many resources there. Right, Hive done. Pyro's turn. So we're going to move 1 hex hazardous terrain up to 2 hexes. If it enters any hex occupied by a figure, that figure suffers hazardous terrain damage. So Strike Fiend, whoop, dies to that. Then we're going to use the top of Liquid Stone. So we'll attack for 3. I'll use my goggles here because I'll probably long rest before the next room. So we'll do an attack of 3 with advantage. All right, well, that'll be 2, and it has shield 2, unfortunately. So that's no damage, but we do get to push it. Oh, actually, I suppose if I was there, I could have... No, I still couldn't have pushed him through 2, because it would have gone like down there. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, joy. Guess it's going to go here. Oh, I'm just probably going to lose my machine bolter as well now, huh? Wow. Yeah, I probably need to restart this scenario, to be honest. I'm not feeling it. Not a good start, and I don't really want to spend the whole scenario trying to clamber my way back. Let's see. Yeah, that's killed the bowler. Yeah, let's restart the scenario. This is not a good start. This is a terrible start. This is like the worst possible start to a scenario you could hope for. Making the call. We didn't get any loot or anything. Shoot, it probably didn't give me the XP there, did it? Hang on. Undo, reset. I want to go failure, restart, apply. Yeah. Just Strike Fiends, man. Robe? Yeah, I could have used Robe, but I'm just not feeling it anyway. It's such a poor start to the scenario that I just feel like it's lost anyway. Even with Robe, I think it's still yeah, it didn't die that round, but I feel like, yeah. Not a good place. Okay. Let's redo these. I think I should probably just not take the arcing generator, to be honest. The retaliate and the damage that's going to come out from those things. Honestly, this is going to be a really tough scenario for Hive. It really is. Strike Fiends, just miserable. Absolutely miserable. And you can guarantee that in the next room, the game's just going to dump like 4 of them on me. So Pyro, what have we got? Layabout, Optimist, Dynamo. Layabout's very easy to achieve on this character. Mugger. Mugger's easy too. A new challenge. Go more tank. It's not it. Tank doesn't do anything in this scenario because it's all direct damage. There's no like go tank. You know, wound from the burrowing blades, direct damage. Strike Fiends, bunch of direct damage. There's no like way for you to out tank direct damage unless you have more health, which I don't have. Give them 3 blesses. Nah, I'm just gonna not do a challenge. I feel like I don't deserve it. If I can't do it the first time, I don't feel like I'm gonna do a challenge the second time. Okay. Might make a few small card choice changes because I don't think Arcing Generator is going to be it. The scenario, unfortunately. I thought that the Pierce was going to make it better, but not really. Maybe just some good heal. Maybe some heal would be good. I'm going to take some damage anyway, right? So maybe I should just have some heal. Yeah, could be a good idea. We'll bring in Prepare for Deployment. Just some heal. Did you see a Domino's app? Yeah, you did. I only downloaded it for like a week ago or something. We had to download the app to get a deal or something. I'm not a huge Domino's fan, to be honest, but sometimes it's like basically the only thing we have around here in terms of chain. If I wanted to get any other pizza from any other sort of like, you know, the big chains, I have to wait like at least an hour. Whereas Domino's are like usually like half an hour. So if you're pushed and in a rush, there's really only one choice around here. Still get the +2 XP from failing a challenge, you think? No, I don't think so. I believe you only get any XP if you complete. Domino's is pretty horrid in the States, but still popular somehow. It's pretty horrible here, but again, yeah, it's just, I think it's just because of coverage basis. They've managed to cover so much of the country, and they have, like, they do their buy one, get one free deal on a Tuesday. And people just, like, they just do it because it's easy. But I agree, I don't think the pizza's particularly great. we have a local pizza place that I much prefer to use, but they close earlier as well, and they take longer to do it, and you have to call to order over the phone. So sometimes it's just, yeah, they get you. Okay, so we know we're going to start with that out. That's fine. What do we do on the first turn? Again, I feel like I just need to not get unlucky. You know? I played that pretty well, I thought, initially. So a bit annoyed. You could argue that wildfire is actually awful in this scenario because half of the enemies are just immune to it all. Could maybe use Metamorphic Rock instead. Or Eruption. Eruption will probably be quite good actually in this scenario. One big open room. Won't be good in the first room, but... Okay. Let's hope that they don't decide on the very first turn to just go super late again, huh? Wouldn't that be swell? See, there you go. Perfect round for that all to happen. This is the kind of opening that you want. We got it the right way around this time. It goes to show like how swingy these enemies are sometimes. Hang on, I should have started further forward, right? Oh, I haven't even put the enemies down. That would help. Oh, I'm just in a funny mood today, chat. It would help if I do that, though. Um... Try and speed play the first few rounds or something. Launch pod. Hang on, where was I? There. Make it 4. Make it 5. Probably should have played missile instead rather than launch pod, but there you go. Yeah, we'll keep attacking the Shrike Fiends because it's just important to keep attacking the Shrike Fiends. to retaliate. Launch. I think we'll launch the repair drone potentially. Seems like a fairly reasonable one to do. It's going to be useful. Hang on, don't need that yet. Right, so next round, let's go for a big... Try and do everything that we did before, really. Just try and make it work a little bit better. Maybe time for some flowing fire action, maybe. Quite like the idea of that. Gives us a good start out, or Igneous Path would also get us a good start out. Okay, repair drone. Okay, no damage, but it's going to do a heal 1, is it? Yeah. On... Ooh, tiebreaker. I guess it will be the hive then. Okay. It's going well with these draws so far, chat, isn't it? Really good. Do I add the -1s from these scenario effects? Yes, I did. Or at least I clicked the automated prompt. So I assume I did. They're not showing there, but I'm pretty sure I clicked the prompt. I don't know. Maybe not, but I clicked the prompt. Maybe I should just add them back in again. I don't know. I'll just add them back in. Whatever, I'll just have 4 in if I have to have 4 in. Okay. Right, so anyway, long-range missile on the Shrike Fiends again. After stability transfer. Oh, interesting. Sure. After this attack ability, though. Okay, so I don't change quite yet. Oh, okay. So So I transfer, I guess. I don't feel like it really matters, but okay. What are these guys doing? Moving to target 3. Of course they are. Oh, of course they are. I think I'm just going to use all my abilities here. I'm going to use Plague. I mean, I'm going to use Plague Flask. I'm just going to go at it. I'll poison like the Burrowing Blade. Why not? And there's the other guy's immune. Then just use Major Frenzy Potion on number 6. Hope we draw okay. Yeah. I just roll all my natural -1s, right? Okay. Pyro, let's go for, okay. So we can use Igneous Path Bottom, which is going to be quite good. We're going to move 2, gain an XP. Ooh, XP. And we're going to create some fire. Right, I was just going to be sneaky and go like 1, 2. Make a guess I could also go like 1, 2 like this. Oh, he's looking for multi-targets though. 1, 2. All right, we'll prevent the multi-targets. Then we'll use Force of the Earth to pull that Shrike Fiend. 1 damage plus pull 2. Boop, boop. Nice. Okay. That is that done. Right, Shrike Fiend is basically just stuck there. It can move to get disadvantage on... Oh, and to get the extra targets. Yeah, so it is going to move. It's going to go 1, 2, I guess. Kind of a weird one there. But it's going to attack... Right, so it misses my hive. -1. Plus the Warden's Robes, nothing. Then, was that 3 damage? 2 damage on the Pyro. Yeah, it's just going to sit there and it's going to attack for 2, create Earth. 3 damage and a wound. All right, next round. I really hope they don't pull that 9. I don't really have any low initiatives anymore, so Yeah. I mean, I've got 27 is the best I can do here. Oh, it's not great. No, it's not great at all. Maybe the pyro can help out in some way. Probably not, though, because all the hazardous terrain's in the wrong spots. Could use the bottom of living magma, though. That would be helpful. It gets fairly close, but no cigar. Living magma bottom, maybe. Sure. With... Ooh. Liquid stone. Ugh. No, because that doesn't really work. Oh, screw it. We'll make it work. Right, move one. Move this here, which is going to do a couple of points of damage. Then we're going to do liquid stone. And we'll do attack of 3 on him. It's enough. It only need to be 1. Right, repair drone. So doesn't do anything. I need to heal myself up for 2 because of the repair drone trigger. I could choose the ordering of that too, so I wouldn't actually have lost the health to the wound. Sorry, I need to do the attack on my turret. Nothing. Oh no, 1 damage because of the poison. Very good. Then we were going to do remote control and get him to attack again. Nice. So that's 2, 3, 4, poison 5, minus 2 shield is 3. And a sweet XP. All right. I could move, do a default move too as well. Do I just get some loot? Probably just get some loot. I kind of want him to focus on me, right? Focus on the enemy furthest away. Which I don't think I can really do. I could do if I used the crude boots. Otherwise it's going to go after my... I guess we would both be 2 away, and then it would break ties, so it would go after my pyro, wouldn't it? It would go after the pyro. So that's fine. That's fine. It's all good. Right, so we're going to get some loot. Go here. Just going to do a disadvantage attack 1 first and foremost. Then a regular attack 1. Okay, that's pretty good. But we do get a wound again. Okay. better than before. Quite a bit better than before, but not, you know, we're not setting the world on fire here. We can kill this, we can kind of get to the next room. I'll be fine with that. No fire again. How do we kill this? It's on 3 health. It's got to be a nice, easy way to kill this now. Yeah, Deep Fury will do it. Yeah, Deep Fury will do it. And then we should just be able to move and heal. Well, transfer. Probably just transfer, actually. All right, first up, Pyro. So we will move to here. Then we'll use Deep Fury. Attack 3, plus 1 attack, push 2, and gain 1 XP if you are occupying hazardous terrain. Which we are. Bam. 0, so it's going to be 3. So 4 with that is 2. Oh, with the poison, 3, it's dead. Don't even need the terrain. And we get a heal to self as well. Which is nice. All right, nice, clean. Cleanly handled there. Did I put my blesses? No, because technically I don't have them. Right, if you fail a scenario, then repeat, you only have them for the next scenario. So that would be a disadvantage of restarting a scenario. You do not get to put your blesses from your donations back in if you restart. It is unfortunately not going to work that way for me. Again, so I should actually heal up for 3. Yeah, don't do anything. Of course, don't do anything. Don't do anything. So I was just literally going to hijack in. And then just do a move 2, really. Gains me an XP though. Okay. Next round. I think well, I'm on a long rest anyway on my hive, so I shall long rest. Hey Pip. How's my Hive gameplay now? Really good. I'm enjoying Hive a lot. I think the only problem that I'm having with Hive at the moment is the well, it is the fact that this particular scenario is like not one that's well suited to it. I don't think, like against enemies that are really rough for summons. I think this is one of them. But I'm enjoying the character a lot. I think it's really good. Is Pyro stood on loot? Oh, you're right. Pyro is stood on loot. Did I loot that? Obviously not. I'll loot it this round. Just moving towards the door. It's fine. Okay. Restart, reset, reset, reset. Okay, so Pyro's got to long rest. Well, I'd say got to. It doesn't have to, but it's probably for the best. Hive. Could open the door. Probably a little bit risky though. But maybe not that risky. It's probably not as risky as it seems. Yeah, let's see what's in the room. Get a heal from the drone. One, two. Opening number one. What's behind door number one?
They batter you, these undead things. They throw fists and wings and blackened bodies, unbidden by their own need for survival as they try to break and corrupt the new snow. But they are too slow. The white powder accumulates on the ground, and before any of the infernal creatures can touch it, you sweep it into a jar and sprint back the way you came. The hike back is hard. The trail is no easier for having defeated so many of the creatures. But the snow gives you some solace. It's tucked safely inside your pack, carrying with it the possibility of peace. In fact, you even begin to feel a swell of courage, and without knowing what...
Oh, wow. I'm accidentally playing the conclusion, because unfortunately the next part doesn't actually have any text to it. So ignore that. I was like, hang on a minute, that's not what it says here. Yeah, that's a different section. So this is just basically, yeah, we just got to put a layout. There's actually no text for what we find behind this door. Ignore that. Hopefully we get to listen to that again, but yeah. Do. Okay. Is that all? Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Right. So let's keep doing this, and this. We've got lots of sporty, summony things. Lots of that kind of stuff going on in this one. Looks like a lot of enemies who aren't very happy. So let's put some enemies out to begin with. We've got frozen corpses. A couple of them. Two regulars. There you go. What are they? 5 and 6. What's it here? Here. They're one elite Shrike Fiend. Is this a kill all enemies? This is, we need to get 20 new snows. Scenario is complete when 20 new snows have been harvested. At the end of that round, read 85.4. So we don't need to, like, escape. We don't necessarily need to kill enemies, but I guess we'll go to find out how we get snow. There's a lot of, tokens. And they all say A on them. A. And then some B's. Or A, B, and then a C. All right, special rules for this one. At the start of each round, place 1 damage token in each A that is both empty and has all its adjacent hexes unoccupied. These represent new snow. If any figure enters any A or any overlay tile is placed in any A, remove all new snow hexes from that tile. Any character may forego a top action, discarding the card instead, to harvest all new snows in 1 adjacent A. Huh. At the start of each round, place 1 damage token in each A that is both empty and has all its adjacent hexes unoccupied. These represent new snow. If any figure enters any A or any overlay tile is placed in any A, remove all new snows from that hex. Okay, any character may forgo to harvest all new snows in 1 adjacent A, placing them on their character map. Set the round track to the first round. At the start of each listed round, spawn the following monsters at the listed locations. Okay, so Burrowing Blades, Frozen Corpse, Shrike Fiends. Yeah. And then some bad things later on. Alright. Seems okay-ish. I mean, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a particularly fun scenario, not gonna lie. Because all it's gonna be is just, hey, move here, give up my action, move here, give up my action, move here, give up my action. Doesn't really sound like a very fun idea for a scenario, right? And the fact that it's 20 snows regardless of how many players too, which I guess is kind of interesting, or maybe not interesting depending on the way you look at it. I mean, most of them aren't ever going to harvest though. Harvest snow, that's what you do with snow in Frosthaven. Apparently so. This is new snow, by the way. The special snow. Whatever that could possibly mean. Right, well, I've got up to 2 moves left, right? Maybe up to 3 if I want to put a summon down. I figure, like, you don't want them messing it up too much, right? And they're gonna mess up a bunch of them. What are they doing? Moving 3? But it's only if they're all adjacent X's are unoccupied as well. What? Oh. What's D about? Why did I even put a thing on D? Why was there even a letter D here? This D does not reference anything in this entire scenario. Weird. I can't say I really understand why they've done that, but there you go. You kind of want them to build up for a period of time, right? That's the thing here. Ideally, you want maybe 2 or 3 of these A's to accumulate. You only need to get 20, so 10 rounds if 2 of them are free. Yeah, like 10 rounds if 2 of them are free. Trying to think of like the best thing to do in terms of summons then. Let's not overthink it too much right now. I'm just wondering, I don't necessarily want him to take the sniper turret to take big hits straight away. Maybe I just put the sniper turret on the door. But then if I do that, then this one will never be free. Or at least it's very unlikely. It's really tough. Like, where do you put summons? I mean, obviously, like, the corners would be pretty good. But the problem with the corners is that then they're going to get hit by a frozen corpse on this first turn. And it doesn't really... Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really help. And that one and that one will get it. Yeah, maybe I just don't do anything. Maybe I just don't do anything. Ooh, weird. I don't know. Let's just try that. I don't know if I usually love that idea, but... Right, because now this one, and this one will all make new snow. Which is pretty good. This could be another example of one of these weird scenarios where you don't really get to... no, it's not my turn. I've already had my turn, thanks. Pyro. It's going to be one of those weird scenarios where actually you don't really get to play your character. I want this kind of scenario, a place to put my turrets. I don't know what you mean I want to place it. What you I could put them on the A's, but then they would then stop this new snow from ever forming. There's some good places to put them, but I need to put them in like tactical positions. And I can't quite get there right now. Oh, I need to work out what I'm just going to get rid of, right? Got to keep the pushes, I think. The pull's probably going to be less useful, I think, this scenario. I mean, it might be okay for pulling something away from stuff, but probably not. Confirm. Spawn a normal burrowing blade at B. Okay. You got it, boss. Okay, and then snow is going to form... yeah. Actually, I'll probably just use dice for this, right? It's probably going to be better. Because otherwise this is going to get kind of crazy. Yeah, shall we use... oh, awkwardly I don't have... I mean, you're going to have to use mismatch of different colored dice, I think. Maybe I'll buy some new dice at the expo on Friday. I'll look out for some. This is a really hard scenario for my pyro now, because where do I put my terrain, you know? I feel like Igneous Path would be quite good, but maybe I've got to go late and try and find a nice... well, I can't go late. Maybe I've got to try and find a nice way of putting it. I feel like covering most of the board like this way would be quite good, but to block off the Shrike Fiend as much as possible. But that's going to be super tough. A late push would probably be fine. A late-ish push. Yeah, something like this is fine, I guess. 533. It's a fine initiative. I think we want to go for hijack. I'm not quite sure what I'm hoping for here, but just some movement on their side, I think. We need brittle and immobilize on the hive. That's actually really frustrating because I was going to do a bit of a movement that turn, I think. Yeah. Okay, so anyway, the heal bot's going to go, so it's going to attack number 5. Go repair drone. Okay, that's not bad. So that's going to do 2 damage to this one. Oh, actually 1 damage, sorry, because of the shield. And then it's going to do a move 2. Now, if I was to transfer, is that going to be beneficial for me? Not massively. Oh, actually, yeah, it would be. Yeah, it would be. Yes. Oh yeah, it does a heal, doesn't it? It would heal... Not stunned. Brittles. It would heal off my brittle, I guess. It's just gonna be a really bad attack here, which is not really what I wanted. I could transfer. Oh, let's just do it. It's gonna have to be disadvantaged. It's just gonna have to be crappy disadvantaged attack. Okay, transfer. Like the weird thing with transferring is trying to get into your head what you're swapping into, because for me it's difficult to like remember that, oh, actually I'm transferring into that, not into this or what have you, you know? It's difficult to get that completely into your mind. So now we're going to do an attack. We're going to get 1 XP. And we're going to do a attack 2, because we have target 2 on both of these guys. Well, attack 3 technically, but then the shield 2, but with disadvantage both times, so I don't really have much hope for this. So 1 damage and no damage, yeah. And you see, less like that, you waste your best. You kind of get to, you waste one of your best cards, you know? And then the question is, do I transfer back out? Which is what I was thinking of doing here. Yeah, I could transfer back out. Sure. I think it's probably for the best here. Because hives go. Our pyro. Yeah, so I guess we'll do liquid stone and we'll attack for 3. 3. 2 because of the shield, and then we push for 2. Oh man, I thought it was push 3. It's only push 2. Shoot. I'd rather not then. I probably just decline the push then, huh? Yeah, I probably do. Decline the push. Probably decline the move. Well, actually, I don't decline the move. I'll move here because then that gives me a bit more leeway. Getting XP on the next turn. Okay, next round. New snow. So this is going to go up to 2. This is going to go up to 2. These guys are going to get 1 each. I guess this could be over fairly quick depending on what happens, but... Oh yeah, I could do banker for sure. I don't know if their I don't think their normal attack has brittle. It's not written on their stat card there. I think that was just an ability. I don't think there's many enemies with innate brittle. Don't the snow imps have innate brittle? But that's maybe it. Snow imps innate brittle? Not sure about anyone else. Does. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Good to have you here. Hope you're doing well. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Like holding this door is not that bad, you know? Kind of feels kind of okay. I mean, I'll have to kill these frozen corpses, I think, but you know, it doesn't feel that bad right now. Do some Deep Fury Living Magma shenanigans, I think, on this turn. I feel like this seems quite a good idea. Should hopefully kill one of them. Still a bit stumped on my hive, though. It's kind of like, what do we do? I guess we long-range missile and we go reasonably late or on a reasonable sort of timeline. Don't really know. Kind of hoping for them to be mostly dead at the end of this. Pyro. Right, so first things first, Deep Fury. So we're going to attack for 3 plus 1 and an XP because we are on hazardous terrain. So it's going to be an attack of 4. With the shield 3. Push 2. Are they moving? They are. We'll also get a heal 2, although we don't need it. Then Living Magma. One, 2. I guess. I'll put it there. Do some damage to number 6. Okay. Now the awkward start, now it gets awkward where it's really difficult to get the snow. Really, really difficult to get the snow. Try and stop them from actually landing on the snow. Yeah, I'm not going to get any just around her. Oh, technically he's going to go on there, right? Yeah, because they're not going to avoid it. Attack the pyro with disadvantage. Okay. Bear drone. Plus 1, or at least that's A damage. Heal here. I think we transfer here. Then do our long-range missile from here. Oh, actually, no. We want to do our long-range missile from here so that we can get the 2-time target, don't we? Actually, I'll just like move 2 or something. Like invite them in here. I don't see any problem with this. No clue what D is. It's not listed anywhere. Oh no, hang on. Here it is. On round 4, we get a burrowing blade there. So on the next round, I guess we get a burrowing blade there. So we'll do launch pod. I'll add Pierce to the attack on number 6, I guess. So we'll attack 6 first. Oh, wrong deck. Shoot. All right, +1. So that's going to be 3, 4. 4. We'll go the Pierce as well, which is nice. And then we'll attack the number 5 as well. Don't know whether or not I want to transfer. Actually, probably do want to transfer, actually. But it's after the attack ability, so we still need to keep drawing. So +1. So that's 4 minus 1. Shield is 3. So that's good. He's dead. Oh, not him. Yikes, this one's dead. 6 is still alive. He also had 3 health, right? Presumably if he drops loot there, then also nothing will happen if there's loot there. Oh, it just says empty. Empty and unoccupied, right? So it is technically empty with a loot token there. That's fine. I think the loot token thing works. I think it's okay. Then we will transfer for sure. I feel like that's a really good time to transfer, actually. That worked out really well for us. Okay. That's it. Okay, Burrowing Blade at C and Burrowing Blade at D. Not quite sure how you're supposed to... This scenario to me looks like it's very, very difficult. I don't know. You know, it's like the age-old problem with a summoning scenario. You know, do you go to kill the enemies or do you just go for the victory condition? Well, in this one, you need to go for the victory condition, obviously, because they keep on going. There's no finite number of spawns. It's like from rounds 10 onwards, it's just the same spawn every 2 rounds, which is a normal Frozen Corpse and 1 Elite Burrowing Blade, which is, you know, a lot. Oh, I guess this one goes up to 2, actually. This one goes up to 2. Oop. Like, you kind of want to ignore that Burrowing Blade at the back there, right? I mean, why would I want to deal with this? Do we want to do Eruption at some point? I think it's best to tank the strike face when you open the door. Oh yeah, like go... Yeah, that could be not a bad idea. Just like try and keep the Strike Fiend here. I think it's difficult to tank the Strike Fiend though. But yeah, that's not a bad idea. That would certainly help control the enemies and keep them this side. And then you just like... kind of get more players. I guess the thing is that I don't really understand is that if you're playing 4 players, I don't... Like, this seems like it would be harder at 2 than any other player count number. Just because the general, like, the win condition is to get 20 snow, regardless of what else is going on, right? So that means that if you have 4 characters collecting snow, if you were to really well do it, you could collect, you know, you could collect maybe all 20 snow in a single round if you managed to get 5 on each and you had all your characters there, right? That's never going to happen for me. I am never going to be able to really do that. I'm going to have to give up multiple rounds of trying to collect like 3 and 4 or whatever to try and get it. But there may be a world in which in a 4-player scenario, you could say, right, everybody just go up there and then on like, we'll go really late and then we'll just move and pick up the snow. Done. It could be really very easy scenario for certain party comps or player counts. If I had 2 mercenaries, I'm surprised that you still need to collect 20 and it's not been reduced. I'm surprised it's not something like maybe 25, 20 and 15. 5 less per character sort of thing. Maybe it would be too easy if it was only 15, but I still wouldn't... It'd be unlikely that I would get 15 in a single go-round. 4 players, there's more enemies. Yeah, there's more summons than there's... You would have started with more enemies. You would have started with 2 additional Strike Fiends at 4-player. So, like, yeah, that isn't nothing. That is pretty sizably more difficult. I guess this is just another example of Strike Fiends ruining a scenario, potentially. Damn you, Strike Fiends, and your constant need to ruin everything. Okay, Machine Bolter's going to attack these guys. So that'll be 3, 2 to the frozen corpse there. Then let's go here. 2, but they have shield 2, so there's no damage to Bone Blade, but he does get to do a move 2. Which I think I will probably have him do. Just gonna get a little closer to the door here. But yeah, though, without Pierce, these enemies are really hard for my turrets to deal with, right? Oh, actually, no, I don't want you to move because I was about to do this. Don't want you to move. Right, so we'll do remote control. All right, that's +1, so he is dead. And then another one. Okay, well, that's interesting. You're dead. What was it? It was 3, so 1 damage to the 1. And then do I want to move the summon? Kinda do. Kinda do. Having said that though, we could try here to get snow to spawn there. Do we really care if it does though? I don't know. I think we're going to have to move in, aren't we? Realistically, we're going to have to move. It's just the nature of the game. We're going to have to move now. Pyro. Really, I didn't have much to do here either. I guess I could at least do an attack on this while I'm here. I mean, who knows what might happen. Nothing, apparently. Okay, next round. So that's going to go up. That's going to go up. Those who don't do anything. Oh, no summon. I thought we had a summon this round. Well, that's kind of good. I'm on a long rest on my hive, unfortunately. I mean, I guess I could short rest, but to be honest, there's no real reason to short rest here. I could just try and go and loot one of those threes. It's probably a good idea, right? It's probably a pretty good idea. Oh, classic. There it is. Okay, well, I will go before that on my summon. So, because I'm long resting, I get to choose my initiative. So I'm going to choose my initiative on Hive as 7. Why not? So that means that the Machine Bolt is going to get to go. It's just going to attack the Shrike Fiend here. Wow, you'd think that there was more than the normal number of -1s in my deck, right? Almost. Feels like all I've done is drawn -1s this entire game. I'm actually kind of curious about it. I apparently still have 2 -1s in there. It just seems crazy to me. It feels like that's all I've drawn. I apparently still have all of my added -1s in there as well. That's just such a bad draw. My God. Okay, I guess I have to work out what I was going to get rid of on my hive as well. Probably reassemble at this point in time. Banana. Okay, we've got a plan though. I think, like, ultimately, if we can just kind of keep moving these guys this way. You know, these enemies don't always do stuff, which is quite, you know, it's good for us, right? It's good for us that these guys don't always do something. So I can move here now. I could actually use my boots as well if I wanted to. I'll just move one here, and then we'll give up our top actions to take this. So that is 3 snow going in the bank. So if I use a D20 or something to show how much total snow we have. So we now have 3. You know, I'm going to have to give up actions at some point. Obviously, you want to let this thing stack, but this is the one I think we want to let this one go up again. It's going to go up to 4. So that means we're at 7. We're almost halfway there. All right, invisible burrowing blades. Not quite sure how I feel about that. But it is happening. At least they're not attacking me, right? Right, frozen corpse at B and C. This is going to go up to 4 snow. It's kind of weird that even allies don't get, like, they can't help, you know? That's really odd to me. So I guess I want Pyro to kind of... Well, Pyro can long rest here, maybe. Maybe I should be short resting with Pyro. Maybe I should be short resting with Pyro. Got all of my items left, right? Seems okay. The problem comes when you get someone like this, when this burrowing blade is just kind of chilling. Yeah, lava bomb, that's fine. I mean, that's a pretty ingenious idea. I'm thinking if I use Igneous Path to maybe go like... and then basically kind of separate this off. So then they can't go through the middle. They can only go through the top or bottom, maybe. Seems kind of smart. Won't get any XP for it, though. It's just kind of like, well, you like to play that card. Oh. Alright, that's a bit of a problem. Maybe. So it's going to stay put. It's going to do an attack forward, range 2. So the first thing it's going to do is attack the Pyro. With disadvantage. So what was that? 4? Then it's going to attack the turrets. 0. That's still 2 damage. It's still dead. Damn it! I was really hoping that I could kind of just quickly get some value out of that. Such a rough scenario for the hive, though. Damn. It really ruins my turn too. Okay, let's go 1, 2, 3. Now, it says that Hex A has to be empty and all of its adjacent hexes unoccupied, not empty. So I can freely place as much hazardous terrain down here as I like. I'm thinking if I can get them to avoid going through the middle. It's got to be a win, right? Yeah, no summons, I'm afraid. I may as well kill the repair drone here at this point because it's not doing anything. Well, it's healing me for 2. Which is very nice of it, but it's not really doing the trick. Now my long range missile is significantly worse. Let's just get that loot. We'll use long range missile, I think. Long range missile. Alright, attack him. He's like still got 15 health. It's just this is like mad. It's gonna be like, it's gonna take forever to kill. Maybe I don't kill him. Maybe that's the whole point. Burrowing blades. Okay, this is gonna be weird. So targeting the furthest away. Okay. It's going to curse and muddle. Yeah, I feel like at this point in time with curse and muddle as well, there's no point in trying to try and attack anything really. This is a weird scenario. I don't know if I really like this scenario. I just feel like, again, it's another one of those ones where, and to be fair, that we actually haven't had that many of them recently. We've managed to have quite a lot of scenarios that have been fairly like simple, as in kill all enemies, play your character as best as you can, that's it. But this is another example of a scenario where it's like, yeah, you don't want to play your character optimally. In fact, you really want to avoid doing that, and you need to just go and do this whole other mechanic, which is a little bit frustrating when, let's say, for example, most people will be playing a character for somewhere in the region of 12, maybe 13 scenarios up to maybe 20, something like that. That will be on the high end. So around about the average being 15 is how many scenarios you will play with each character. I don't feel like you want too many scenarios like this where it feels like, yeah, the scenario just is asking you to play in a certain way. And if you are not cool with that, then unfortunately, you know, you're not going to do well. So I'm just going to block off this scenario, I think, using various obstacles and things that I will have. And that will probably be about it. And we will try and just get as much, we'll just try and hoover up the snow. And maybe we just sit, hive in a corner and just take damage or something. You know, it's not like a very fun way of playing the game, but it would probably be the best way in terms of winning. Ah, shoot, it's going to stop the snow from going over there, right? Actually is, because of the jump. Enters it either. So if they enter this, it works. Yeah. Yeah, this is another good example of how this scenario would not work at all if they were to do like Frosthaven digital. Wouldn't work. Because the players need to have the ambiguity of the enemy's control to be able to dictate certain things, right? Because in that situation there, if it was just random, well, the computer could have randomly decided it was going to go da 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 da, and I'd just be like, well, you know, GG, thanks for playing. Wouldn't have been a very nice thing to happen to me. Yeah, now we're all muddled and what have you. Double cursed. Yeah. Okay. This is going to go up to 2. This one's going to go up to 3. I mean, that's quite nice that he moved off that spot, to be fair. At least we got 2 there. Do. I think we want to use Heatwave bottom here. Though having said that, Heatwave top would absolutely just destroy this one burrowing blade in front of me right now. And I could, in theory, push it all the way towards the hive. Yeah, maybe we just Heatwave here and just push a load of stuff away. Heatwave top. Or do I just go and get those? Or do I just start running around and getting those things, right? Ah, it's really tricky. What can Hive do? Not a lot, to be honest. Hive is basically useless, except for the fact that they can quite comfortably kind of get in to get stuff. So it might be the better one to go loot things, actually. Yeah, I could jump in. Could jump in and get that 4. And then just give up a top ability? Sure. Yeah, maybe we just do this and we just try and win this way. I don't know. It doesn't feel very like fulfilling, but I don't really see any other way of trying to win. Kind of awkward. Snow doesn't build up when things move through hexes adjacent to it. That seems super fiddly. So snow doesn't build up if things are adjacent to it. So at the beginning of the round, basically you add snow. And you add snow to any snow hex that is unoccupied by any figure at that point. And also is empty. So there is no overlay tile over it. So I guess in a weird way it's to stop players from, I don't know, doing some shenanigans. I'm not quite sure why it specifies that, but it has to be empty, but also has all its adjacent hexes unoccupied. It's super weird. I'm not a huge fan, to be honest, of this scenario design. Coin. I feel like it is fiddly, but also it's just not like particularly fun. I'm just trying to figure out like how do I get the snow out, but I'm not figuring out how to play my cards. I'm figuring out like my cards may as well not have any abilities written on them, instead just have initiatives and movement values. That's really all I care about. It's odd. Because ideally you want stuff to build up for a little bit. I mean, I've been staring at my hand for ages now, trying to figure out what the right thing here is to do, and I don't actually know. It's probably just to play Heat Wave, and then, yeah, I'm just going to do it. Screw it. Screw it. No, hey, Pelican. Just bringing crack art, there are a lot of obstacles around. Easy, yeah. Well, I'm playing Pyro, which is kind of like crack art 2.0, if you like, but it is a little bit harder to operate. Okay, so we'll do Heat Wave top. All adjacent enemies suffer 2 damage. Nice. 4 and 2. Okay, good. Then push 2, target all. At range 3. Consume fire to make it range 4. Right? So I can do this in any order that I want, right? Don't think I can push that guy any further though. Seems super difficult to keep the hexes around them clear. Either the enemies are plugging up the map or you are. Yeah, I mean that is the challenge of the scenario though, to be fair. Like that's what they're going for. It just feels like it just feels a bit wildly unbalanced, and again in another it feels unbalanced, but also a scenario that just isn't going to be fun for certain party comps, and also just doesn't let you play your characters. So I've noticed this a lot in Frosthaven, where in Gloomhaven the star of the show would usually be the characters most of the time, right? You'd be like, or pretty much 99% of the time, the star of every scenario were the characters. Were you, the players, playing the characters, having these massive big turns, doing all these kind of cool things. It feels like Frosthaven there's been a bit more of a shift towards, no, the scenario is the star. The scenario is the unique thing. The scenario is the thing that's either going to be like fun or not fun or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Like in Gloomhaven, you'd go into scenario, and it's not necessarily a bad thing, by the way, but like Gloomhaven, you would go into scenarios and you would never change your cards. You would never even look at your sideboard cards. Like we'd always talk about it in my guides, like, hey, this is a card you might consider for certain scenarios, but for the most part, you would never need to as an average player to do that. You may want to if you are facing a boss or something like that for certain characters, but for the most part, you could never have to change your hand. For Frosthaven, you really do need to change your hand fairly regularly to suit with the scenario, but you also get to these points where you just can't quite play how you, in your mind's eye, you want to play your character. The characters and items were too... Well, this is the funny thing though, right? We're saying like the characters and items were too overpowered. But Gloomhaven was, it isn't anymore, the #1 rated game on Boardgame Geek. So does that tell you that the game needed to be more balanced to make the game better? Because people enjoyed the game, right? It's kind of weird. It's a weird dynamic. Like, we're all kind of sitting around going, yeah, maybe they were too strong or things. Yeah, but what as many of the people enjoyed the game, finished the campaign, played as much of it as they did, if the game was as slick and as smooth as Frosthaven is? If Gloomhaven didn't exist and Frosthaven was the first game in the series, I think it's a really interesting point, because it's like, oh yeah, the characters and items were too OP. Yes, I would say that's pretty true, but everyone had fun and enjoyed playing it and completed the campaign and enjoyed it, and it has created a massive community around it. People weren't not playing the game because the characters were too OP, right? It didn't break the game, like to a point where it was like, well, I'm not playing it because the game's just like far too easy. No one was saying that. In fact, most people, if you ask them, what do you think about Gloomhaven? A lot of people were like, oh yeah, game's pretty hard. Like nobody, no one had the initial thoughts of like, oh yeah, this is like really too easy, right? So like Frosthaven to me is what happens when the vocal minority of Gloomhaven fans, who are the people who were like, nah, this is too strong, that's too strong, that needs to be changed, this needs to be changed. Tweaky, right? That kind of group of people come together like, this would be how we would fix it. And that's kind of like what Frosthaven is in many ways. I felt like at times they've done a good job of moderating it so they don't completely rule out the fun. But every ability that I play just feels like it's on the cusp of being fun and impactful, like in Gloomhaven, but it just doesn't have that level. And maybe that's just, you know, reverse power creep is a bad thing, right? We talk about it a lot in video games, because in video games, the one thing you don't want to do is announce nerfs. It's like the worst thing you can do to your player base. If you've got people out there playing characters and then you go, whoa, that's too good. We're nerfing that. We're gonna lower the power level of that. We're gonna rebalance all of that. That's one of the worst things you can do to any game, because all it's gonna do is that people who are running around enjoying themselves playing those things are gonna go, oh, what? You're now telling me that I can't do that, or that I shouldn't have the ability to do that? And it feels a bad moment for a player, right? Because you're kind of taking something away rather than giving, which is why a lot more games actually go the other way, which is the power creep. You know, where you look at certain things where actually all that's happened is over time they have to keep one-upping the previous game or expansion, because otherwise players well, it's not as good as the last one. So they constantly have that power creep. That's the other curve. If you like, kind of, I mean, maybe Frosthaven's the course correction, and then maybe we'll see like a much more of a smoother line in the future. But it's just a notable thing. At the very least, all cards should be pickable. Yeah, I believe that all cards were pickable. There were unplayable cards in Gloomhaven sometimes, which was not great. They say hard at the start, almost never. I'm not sure what you mean, Banker. I don't know what you mean. Literally look at, I mean, I can do a straw poll on any of my YouTube videos to do with Black Barrow, and every single person who has played that game pretty much has, you know, every comment, I think like 70-80% of the comments on those videos that I made about Black Barrow are, this game is too hard, I don't understand this, why is this the way it is, this and the other. Like, I think that, like, anecdotally, my experience has been that most players do not think that Gloomhaven is easy. Most players think that Gloomhaven is pretty hard, but it's an enjoyable challenge. Rebalancing and nerfs are necessary and oftentimes good in competitive games, but they stink in single player or co-op PvE games. Exactly, brother, exactly. Because essentially a lot of people are going to potentially go into Frosthaven thinking, oh wow, yeah, I remember that time when we had that amazing scenario where I was playing Crackheart or Lightning Bolt and I did this amazing turn and I wiped out 3 enemies in a single turn and we did this. Gone. That will not be your experience of Frosthaven. It will be like banging your head against a wall sometimes trying to figure out how to win a scenario, you know? Anyway, dead. How many is it? 2, 4, 6. Was he on 4? That seems like a pretty good push. Gotta remember to do this to take damage. Maybe so, Pelican, but I felt like the scenarios are the difference maker, right? It's not necessarily that the classes are weaker, it's that the scenarios are stronger or harder. That's part of the makeup. It's not necessarily that it's just, oh yeah, they are much harder or whatever. That's more of like my angle on it. I don't necessarily feel like the classes are like significantly weaker. I just feel like most of the time they're more complicated, so it's just a bit more difficult to play anyway to get the same result, right? You're having to put a bit more into it than you would normally have to get similar levels of results. And then also the scenarios that sometimes are much trickier or brain burnery because they have so many moving parts, right? It's like sometimes scenarios are just like, hey, go do this. It's very simple to be like, yep, move here, do this. Yep, move here, do this. Yep, great. Whereas in Frosthaven, that's not the case. You can often be like, there's so many moving parts. Like, I'm not quite sure. And then, oh yeah, that enemy's going to move, but then that enemy's going to move there. It gets, you know, kind of crazy. Trying to justify my hate for the strikes. No, I mean, I don't need to justify my hate for the strikes. I think that's generally a very, I think most people will kind of agree with me there. That strikes are awful and deserve to not be around. So that's gonna go to 5, 4. So if I go get that 2, that will give me to 5. That will give me 10. That will give me 14. But then I'm kind of like, I need 1 constantly ticking up, which I think is going to be that 4, right? Try to keep that 4 ticking up. Five, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Then we just need 5 more, but that's 5 more rounds, which we need to really Yeah, so I need to go at least one more round without harvesting. I need to go one more round without harvesting, I think. Sure. I'll just go here. I'll just blindly attack the fiend a couple of times. So I'm muddled, so miss. Do any of my curses or any of those -1s? Fun. I think it's in general it's a very. I'm not sure if every player is really going to enjoy like Frosthaven in its entirety. There are parts of Frosthaven which so far I found really, really good. Particularly the classes. The classes are fantastic. They're a lot of fun to play. There's really nice meaty choices with everything that you do. But I feel like the scenarios to me have been kind of hit and miss sometimes. Probably more hit than miss, but maybe a little bit more hit and miss than Gloomhaven. Yes, Gloomhaven had a lot of, hey, go to a crypt, kill a bunch of enemies, leave. But it was very easy. You could just set it up, play, away you go. You could play your character, get your XP, get your battle goals done. I think part of this is me playing, like I've already said this before, a lot of this comes down to me playing solo. If I was not playing solo, I think I would enjoy this game way more. Like I honestly think I would. Because I would be able to offload a lot of that. I would be able to focus on one character. I wouldn't have to be administrating everything. You know, there'd be so much more of a weight off of me that I will enjoy it. And if Frosthaven Digital does get made, it will probably be like potentially my favorite game ever. As long as they don't, it's not buggy, as long as it's not a buggy mess and doesn't work very well. But if they nail it in the same level that Gloomhaven Digital was nailed, then I feel like it's unquestionable. But it's like, man, as a solo game, this game is work to me sometimes. Sounds like time to bring back community save Sundays. Need people to come to my house and to orchestrate the game for me, yeah. Great. So these guys are going to move a bit. Oh, this guy's going to get there now, isn't he? Because he's not going to... Oh, piss. Oh, actually, I could pull him towards me before he takes his turn, right? With my bracelet. Where was he? Like... Yeah? There we go. Anyway, I'm going to get attacked for 1. And made brittle. Which does suck because I'm taking 2 damage at the start of my next turn. So I'm going to take 4 damage. Yikers. There's not much I can do about that. Oh no, hang on, this'll do it. Attack for 1. Oh, do the right ordering. 2, that's 4. Alright, maybe I'm just dead on the pyro as well. And that's not going to go up. Oh, I'm just like, I'm not in a good mood for this scenario, to be honest. To be perfectly honest, this scenario is not really doing it for me. Like, I'm just not enjoying it. I'm not enjoying it. It's really, really hot in here today as well. I don't know. I'm going to get some aircon or something for this room. Because now it's getting towards summer. This room gets really hot and I have extra lights on. It's really not very comfortable. What is that? A and... Was it, where are they spawning? C and D. It's just, you know, this feels like another scenario that just needs a cheesy strat and then, you know, that's it. You're going to lose it the first time you play, but then the second time you're just going to do a cheesy strat and hopefully win. Oh yeah, that goes up to 4. It goes up to 3. We might still be able to clutch this up. I don't know. It's not looking super likely. Pyro's dead, so there's that. Pyro's dead with absolutely no way of really being able to heal themselves. I suppose I could burn the bottom of Deep Fury. But then I'm going to burn several cards. That's hilarious. Yeah, So maybe we go and get that one, and then we hope that one's going to go to a 5. So we get that for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, 12, 3, right? 12, 13, 14, 15. I can comfortably get to 15, but I don't really know how I'm getting the other 5. I can get to 15, no problem. But where does the other 5 come from? Now, I would need to wait at least another 2 to 3 rounds in order to do that. Minimum 2, likely 3. And I wouldn't be able to harvest any of those top 2, and I would have to hope that they don't get touched and they can continually spin up. I guess it kind of just is what it is, right? I guess I could short rest to get rid of the heat wave disadvantage, right? That was an option. I know I've got too many, I've sort of seen too much now, really, but... I guess the option would be to short rest at the end of the round, and then that gets me back those cards. The only other option is to basically burn a card to the heat wave damage from my hand, then play Deep Fury bottom, potentially, to just get a heal 3, and then I'm going to be like at 5. 5. It's not looking good, is it? Well, it's not going to do the job. Yeah, short resting at the end of the round would probably be the one. Actually, no, I don't know too much information because you short rest at the end of the round, right? Sure. I could short rest at the end of the round. That gets rid of these two. Hopefully we get the heal 5. Joyous. Hit the 1 and 3. Just heat wave again. Honestly, don't know. Heal myself for 5. Heat wave. Everything at range 3. I'm probably just dead anyway, right? Oh, it's only a push 2, sorry. Giving up. Never giving up. Definitely doesn't say I'm never giving up. Alright, this is kind of a bit of a mess. Oh, it's gone as well, actually. That's a one-timer. That's a one-time. But I will place this obstacle now. Leave me alone. I mean, I'm probably just screwed anyway. What does it want to try and do? Range 3. I don't think it can do it without having disadvantage on its first attack. Yeah. Oh, actually, I could probably send it. I could send it back this way. It's probably better. One, two. What are you gonna do? 1, 2. All right, not bad. Not bad at all. Okay, so if it stays like this, it works out really well for us. It's kind of what we were hoping for here, I guess. Number 1 and number 2, what have you got? Number 2's not got too much health. We'll move number 1 onto the fire. You'll take 2 damage there. And then we'll do an attack. +1. So it's like a 3. 1 damage to his buddy. Then honestly, I don't do anything with the top action. I'm just like chilling here, really. Plan is just to try and keep this going as best I can. I guess that's pretty bad. That's 8 damage. I'll probably burn a card. For one of them. Oh, I should be healing at the beginning of every turn. I've been missing that out. I've been missing it. Verega, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the quest. Hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Yeah, I'd still burn a card, I think. Like, it's probably not going to get much worse than 4. Okay. Frozen corpses. Boop, boop. All right. Looking good now. 4, 5, 5. So, I'm on 3. So if we can get... So that's 14, 15, 16, 17. We need one of them to go up twice more. One of them to go up once more. And one of them we can harvest this round, right? I think. Let me try and figure it out. So 5's the one we want to leave for a couple of rounds. But if I can go and get the one that's 4, that would be really helpful. Go and get the one that's 4. Then we'll have a 6 and a 6. That's 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and that's still 1 short. The only other thing to do would be to wait. No, because then I overshoot. I just need to harvest 1 per round, right? I think. If I go get the 4, that puts me up to 7. Then next turn I get a 6. 14. No. 13. Then the turn after I get a 7. 20. Yeah, that works. So I need to get the 4. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter which one I get. They all work in the combinations, but I feel like the 4 is probably the better one to get because it's probably the safer one to get. Or sorry, it's the least safe in the sense that it could cause me a big problem. Thanks, buddy. Glad to see the game streamer. Welcome. Welcome in. We are deep into our Frosthaven campaign. Deep into it. Yeah, I think we got this, but we might die before we get it. Especially on our... I mean, I'm so low on cards right now on Pyro that I am very concerned about that. But I think we can probably get away with it just about. I guess the thing here is that baiting is a big part of this. Oh, shoot. I haven't done Hive. It's short rest. Oh, so many decisions. But I think we've roughly got there. We've roughly got there. Hijack, that's fine. That's a good one to get rid of. Can I kill anything here? Not really. Guys, it's all just about like kind of kiting the enemies around, really, which is kind of, yeah, sort of silly, really. Okay, let's see how this goes. Pull. Don't know how I feel about that. Where's the corpse moving to? Yes, we could get that to work for us. Burrowing blades aren't moving. Great. The pull is a bit of a concern here, though. But I think we might be able to kind of get away with it. All right, so Hive's first up. We're going to go 1, 2, 1, I think. I don't want to have them to have line of sight. Which I don't think they will have line of sight. So this should work pretty well, I think. And then we'll give up our top action to just loot this. So that's going to go up to 7 now. Nice. Pyro, pretty similar here. I don't want to get in trouble, really. I have to take 2 damage because of heat wave. Yeah, I'm very nervous that I'm about to get attacked, but... I think I want to just move, maybe use my boots here and go 1, 2. I think I'm out of line of sight from all of these guys there, just about, apart from this one, which he will potentially pull me a little bit closer, but that's fine. Oh, scary. I don't know. We might not even have enough people to, like, to do this. Right, so Strike Fiends, I believe these two aren't going to do anything. This one will, though. It is going to attack. I am going to get attacked for 1 here. Oh, thank God. Get pulled for 2, though. Frozen Corpse. This guy's going to go 1, 2. This guy's going to go 1, 2. Let's get closer to here. Again, not close to it. Burrowing Blades, do nothing. Nada. So this is going to go up to 6. This one is also going to go up to 6. Spore the Frozen Corpse. B at B. Oh, no, I think we're going to get there. And an Elite Burrowing Blade. That's a bit of a problem. This guy can fly. If he gets, like, the Frozen Corpse, whatever. Burrowing Blade, issue. Could end up becoming a massive deal. Oh, so I haven't done my cards yet. Helps if I do that. So now really it's a job of trying to, I mean, most likely the purple one's in danger here, I guess you would say. I could short rest. I'm a bit worried about getting boxed in somewhere. If I short rest and get the purple, and then hopefully the yellow will be free. I mean, the one thing I'm worried about is a move 3 out of the Frozen Corpses. That would suck. Maybe if I play a hedge. Yeah, I think I short rest again on Pyro, and we just go for like a heat waves, like suicide, push everything away type turn. Quite honestly, I feel like that would be absolutely fine. Yeah, coin. I think that was a good way of doing it up the top there. And now hopefully they'll be kind of untouched. Oh, of course, heat wave was the card that I flipped. Can I get away with not using heat wave? To be honest, probably not. Oh, actually, no, I could use Eruption instead. And then my earliest initiative is 20. No, I think I take a damage and redraw. Because the heat wave is just too important. Heat wave, way too important. Okay, flowing fire, that's fine. And what's the difference between being on 1 and 2 health, eh? What's the real difference? Heat wave's going to be the death of me anyway. We know we just need to try and fend off 1 more round, really. And then that's it. I don't think I've done my battle goal for Hive. Possibly, but I don't recall doing it. Do I go for heat wave or do I not? I could maybe not go for heat wave. Thing is, I'm probably just dead to Shrike Fiends regardless of what I do here. If I do Heatwave, at least then I could maybe opt to do something else. Yeah, I guess if, like, for some strange reason it's no good, I can change my turn a little bit. Yeah, it's a safe one. Don't necessarily have to play Heatwave, but I could play Heatwave, go and grab the purple die if I need to. Oh, nerve-wracking, chat. It's kind of all down to what the enemy draws, I think. Well, that's a lot of it's going to be. Okay, what are they doing? Move 1, attack, range 5. That's going to hit everything. At least on the elite it is. That's a little bit scary. In fact, yeah, it's going to hit everything. All of them are going to hit me in certain ways, okay? The move 3 did come out on the corpses, so that's something to consider. I need to maybe do something about that. Then you got move 3 or 4 with jump. All enemies within range 2 suffer 2 damage. That's also really not very nice. Is it protect the purple die time? And just ensure that I have some level of kind of defense. So let's say I go on Hive, I go here and just loot this. I go here. Let's sort of play that out. If I was here, the burrowing blades are going to go, okay, cool. There. Frozen corpse is going to stay there. He's going to go to there. So none of them will interfere. What about this guy? No, he won't interfere either. Okay. So that's reasonable. But that will be a bunch of damage. We're looking at 2, 4... A bristle? No, not a bristle. That's, thank God for that. 4, 5, 6. You're looking at whatever these guys do. 7, 8, 9... 10, 11, 12. You're looking at like 12 odd damage coming in. Really not very nice. I can tank a little bit, but there is a target 2 on these, so even the tank doesn't really work very well. Really, kind of an interesting one. I think it has to be the purple dye, right? Or do I just try and... Or do I just take pyro out of the equation, go down here, and just be like... Tank. I could do that. I could just go down here and just tank as much as I can and just burn like 1, 2... I could burn 3 cards from my hand here. That would ignore this guy, these 2. Leave the purple one free. That one goes. Yeah, that's totally the way to go about it. It's totally the way to go about it. I guess I just need to make things a little bit more awkward for... somebody, maybe with these. I just need to make it more awkward. So if I was to go and do eruption, it's like, I don't know, here, it doesn't really make a difference if I do it there. I'm thinking like eruption here, or eruption here to make them have to go like all the way along, right? Yeah, I think I just eruption here. That's gonna gain me 2. Create fire and earth. Then honestly, I just move this way. And I just become a distraction. Yeah. And then we get the yellow with Hive. I got 3 cards to burn. Alright, so the elite's gonna go here. So it's gonna attack Pyro first. Okay, I have to burn a card. Then Hive. Damage. 5 damage seems fair. Then regular one, number 2. It's gonna move 1. Actually, it's not gonna move because it can't get closer. So it's just gonna attack the Pyro. Come on, miss. Oh man. Okay, burn another card. This guy's gonna go here. Can't get anyone, I don't think, with line of sight. Hives go. We're gonna heal up for 2 from the droid. The drone even. Droidy drone. We will go... One, 2. I'm gonna have to just tank that guy, I think. I've got like no cards on my... This is so down to the wire. It's at the end of the round as well, so we have to survive a whole round, dude. That is not cool. Loot it. Uh, 13. I only got 1 card in hand, so I guess I long rest on like 1 initiative next turn or something. Just to try and go early. Okay, God. No ice there either, thank God. Burrowing blade. Come on, miss. Last burn. Oh, actually, it's not an attack. Sorry, I shouldn't have been drawing there. It's not even an attack. Blech. Dead. I guess I can't really long rest, because if I long rest, then I'm like, oh, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna hopefully not die? I mean, I don't know. I have to short rest, I guess. I have to kind of accept whatever I draw too. Oh boy, I think we've just about done it, but this scenario though, not a fan. This scenario was very much just pray, you know? Right, this goes to 7. Right, well, here we go. 12. Right, let's try and work out my positioning here. Oh, the Burrowing Blades aren't attacking. The frozen corpses are going to struggle as well. Oh, this is great. This is really good for me. This should just be a win now. Lots of low value attacks. We get a heal 2 at the beginning of our turn as well. Very nice, very needed. Yeah. I probably just come all the way down here, right? As far as I can. And then grab it. That's 7. 20. I think that's probably the best place for me. Yeah, I mean, they're going to pull me around anyway. So, Shrike Fiend is going to do an attack. So that's going to be 2. And then I'm going to attack for 1. 2. Pulled back this way. Attack me again. No damage, but pull me back this way. Burrowing Blades. A lot of cursing, a lot of muddling. I'm not going to worry about that because it's not going to matter. No good. I think he gets me there, right? There's a 2 in front, 3 behind. Yeah. Yeah, he gets me there. +0. That's 1. And that is it. That is all she wrote, folks. Woo! All right, we did it. It might not have been very pretty. It might have not been very pretty, but we got it done. Oh dear. I'm glad I made that early decision to just let's restart the scenario there and then because it started so poorly. I'm so glad I did because otherwise I really don't, you know, this came down right to the wire. I only had 2 cards in hand, 2 cards in my discard pile. It was pretty rough. But, whew. Success. Now we can listen to the Fortella section properly.
They batter you, these undead things. They throw fists and wings and blackened bodies, unbidden by their own need for survival as they try to break you and corrupt the new snow. But they are too slow. The white powder accumulates on the ground, and before any of the infernal creatures can touch it, you sweep it into a jar and sprint back the way you came. The hike back is hard. The trail is no easier for having defeated so many of the creatures. But the snow gives you some solace. It's tucked safely inside your pack, carrying with it the possibility of peace. In fact, you even begin to feel a swell of courage, and without knowing why, you've begun to smile.
It sings to you.
The snow speaker says. She's grinning at something in your expression. You try to play it off as a passing thought, wiping the smile off your face. But you can still feel the steady energy coming from the snow. And you know Gurndel is right. She doesn't seem to mind your aloofness.
Soon, it will sing to all of us.
She says.
And then our children will live without fear.
Your remaining task is clear. You must take the new snow along with the shard of living ice back to the sacred clearing. There you can combine them and hear this song that the Olgox Elder speaks of.
Cool. All right, new scenario unlocked. Fleeting Permanence, number 52. Hey Batman, pretty rough is how you're playing so far. While the maps are smaller, encounters are usually pretty tight, and playtime is quite long. For Frosthaven? Right, let me just add all of this juicy stuff to my sheet over here. Not a very glamorous scenario in terms of perks and... Well, actually, we got the double check mark on Pyro, which was great. So happy about that. But for the most part, the rest of it was pretty forgettable. Actually, we did nearly get to level 5, funnily enough. On the Prism, at least. So we'll probably do that on both characters next time. But it's a good pace. I'm liking that. Due to the map size and deck size for every character, you can play cards for lost effects also sooner than later. I mean, my experience of like the length of the scenarios in Frosthaven is that they are mostly comparable to Gloomhaven. I might be wrong on that. Like, the maps are not smaller in terms of like the tiles are the same size, right? I think like one thing that's like a bit weird is, you know, playing Gloomhaven Digital, the maps look so much bigger than they really were. But there's also a bunch of burns that you kind of have to play, right? I think quite a few of the characters have burns that are like if you want to play this character, you need to play the burn. Otherwise, you're not playing the character to their like full power level. Like if you think about like the Drifter, have to burn straight away. Pyro, not actually Pyro. To be fair, no, you don't. Deathwalker, you do. Drifter, you did. Prism, you do pretty much. Well, Prism you have to on the very first turn to set your mode, but then you are given an extra card almost to kind of give you that. I'm trying to think of other characters that have like first turn burns. Trapper had one that was like pretty good. You probably want to play this on very early on as a burn. Just as a passive ability for that character. Yeah, I find it very, I find it very similar, really. I don't think it's smaller. I might be wrong on that front, but I don't think it's smaller. Did we pick up much? We did. Picked up a bunch of wood. Oh, and some of the old rock root. That was good. I am like no herbs right now. I have no herbs. Okay, great. So I feel like we have probably enough time for a little outpost phase. Just make sure from the book I haven't missed anything, but I don't think so. $52. Fleeting permanence. 52. This might not be... Yeah, this might not be the last one. That looks like there's one after this. Yeah. So we got potentially two more quests in the chain. And then that will be that. I'm going to need to do the puzzle book soon, aren't I? Regrettably. I don't think there's much I need to really do in the outpost phase. There'll likely be a scenario to help with the ritual at the clearing. Yeah, I think that's probably the next one. Then I think we have whatever the final boss or form of this is, I think. I am very glad that we completed that scenario, because I say I wasn't a huge fan of it, and you know, it's always bad when you don't massively enjoy a scenario and then you kind of fail it, so you have to replay it. That can always be a little bit of a downer. So glad that we did do it. It's just a little bit, it gets a bit frustrating with scenarios like that, because I feel like I don't really learn anything about my characters. I'm just kind of I'm just, you know, running around having to do things just to try and stay alive and to try and win. You're not really, you know, getting to grips with your character and really getting a good understanding of what makes them tick and play and enjoying the kind of combo nature of them and stuff like that. You're just not really getting it. You liked it? Eh. I felt like certain parties might have more joy with it. I didn't think I had a bad party necessarily. Well, I think Hive was bad. I think Pirate's actually pretty good for this scenario. Lots of nice kind of control of different spaces to keep things open. At first I thought they were going to be bad because I thought that the hexes had to be empty that were adjacent, which I was like, that's a bit strange. But no, it was they just had to be unoccupied. So once I realized that, I was like, great, now I could just drop a load of hazardous terrain and it's actually not that bad. But again, it's another one of those things where if you get a rule slightly wrong in that scenario, or you read something and misinterpret it in some way, it's going to lead to a vastly different scenario experience for you. Either it being, you know, a lot easier or a lot harder, maybe. Great, let's do, boom. A quick, well, I say a quick one. Looks like I'm gonna have to read out a lot of things from the book. At least the game is making you change your style sometimes. Yes and no. So, like, let's say you play a character for, what we know to be the rough retirement time is 15 scenarios, right? You're gonna play a character for 15 scenarios only. It's not a huge amount of time to play a character. You're probably going to take, I would say, at least 2 to 3 scenarios, unless you go and seek out a guide or, you know, you've been reading up elsewhere beforehand to kind of understand how your character ticks. You're probably going to take 4, 5, 6 scenarios to be able to get some good items, maybe some enhancements if you've got that unlocked, you know, some extra things to make your character feel good. I mean, I guess I don't mind it occasionally to be like, hey, you've really got to play wildly different. But I just don't really prescribe to, let's make some scenarios pretty horrible for certain party comps. It's a weakness at 2-player again. It's a 2-player weakness. The game, like, I feel like I keep banging the same drum. This isn't a good solo game or a 2-player game, in my opinion. It's just not. It's a game designed to be played with 3 or 4 friends, like a group dynamic. And like Gloomhaven maybe got away with it because the rules were a bit more streamlined. It was a little bit easier. You know, scenarios weren't as complicated, but it's really bearing out now, in my opinion, in this game, where it's asking you a lot. And perhaps maybe in with 3 people, you've got that chance of, oh yeah, one of those 3 is really well suited to the scenario and could just really help everybody else out. And then occasionally you get scenarios, you know, where another one of those 3 is going to be helpful. But when you've only got 2, there's going to be more times that you are going to come across situations where, nah, my party's not particularly great. I can't really handle this enemy type very well, or this selection of enemies. This particular, you know, scenario goal is not well suited, and you know, maybe that's fine. Maybe it's like, well, it's gonna have to be that way because otherwise we get more boring scenarios. You know, like in order to have fun, varied scenarios, maybe we do need to accept that there are going to be some scenarios that are just not going to fall flat for some people, but for other people they'll say like, wow, that was like the most fun scenario I've played so far. Like, you know, perhaps that's, you know, maybe it's better to have, you know, those highs and lows than like make it boring and level for everyone. I don't know. It's just, you know, when you come off the back of one of those scenarios, you don't feel good. So that's how I'm feeling right now. Right, let's do some Fortella stuff. So we gotta read 169.1.
Unlike Frosthaven's wintry landscape, the hunting lodge has entered a season of abundance, thrumming from an influx of ice fishers and fur traders. Drinks and tall tales are shared, prices for goods haggled over. You almost overlook the familiar, forlorn vermling sitting by the roaring fire. Discomforted in crowds, as usual, the trapper fidgets with their tailcoat draped in their lap. You approach, surprised at their presence. You didn't notice their fur-piled sled outside.
The empty one is mine,
The trapper admits miserably. They have been residing in the Whitefire Wood, a region usually known for its diverse fauna. Lately, however, the population of small animals like snow foxes has been waning. This is due to a new predator, polar bears.
when I decided to track the bears, I discovered a local vermling colony was overhunting them and pushing them out of their usual habitat in the barrens. I tried speaking to these other vermlings.
The trapper removes their bush hat, revealing a lump between their ears, likely from a slingshot.
Diplomatic lot.
They say ruefully. The trapper wants your help relocating the bears away from the tribe.
They need a chance to repopulate in an environment more suited to them.
Eager to escape the town for a while, you readily agree. The trapper provides a map for you, marking the spot where you shall meet.
Nice. New scenario, a waiting game, 117. Great, so we've got the sticker for that. 95.4 is next up. Oh, it's a quick one.
A stellar mist flows into your longhouse, and you hear Voice of 8 once again in your mind.
Most valued allies, we have succeeded in locating the elemental cores. Your aid is of great importance.
Ah!
Please meet us at the elemental array.
The mist shimmers and dissipates.
Oh!
You grab your pack and chuckle at the formality of the request. You can't remember the last time you heard someone using the word please in this oak-forsaken place.
Oh, that is our retirement one. Part of our retirement chain. Ooh, maybe we should be going to do that then next. I think we probably should. We want to get that over and done with quickly, I think. It's a 66 elemental cores. I presume it looks like it leads on to 2 more scenarios after that. So, you know, and it's a calendar one as well. So we should definitely go and do that next. Because the scenario after that will be calendar locked again. So, yeah. Unfortunately, the Algox are going to have to wait. They're going to have to wait. Okay, very good. So now we just need to do an event. Winter Outpost event. Winter Outpost number 11. Scenario complete. Was it a fun one? No, it wasn't a fun one. We did win though, but it was not a fun one. All right, Winter Outpost number 11.
Walking down the main street in Frosthaven, you see a burlap sack full of radishes slumped near the center of the road. You nudge the bag with your boot and find they're hard as ice. Looks like they've been here for some time. Option A. Leave the radishes. Someone will come for them eventually. Option B. Take the radishes. It's been long enough.
Okay, option A or option B, chat. Leave the radishes. Someone will come for them eventually. Or option B, take the radishes. It's been long enough. 3 radishes? I mean, come on. Who's going to turn down 3 radishes? At least we don't get an attack. That's quite good. I don't really feel like resolving an attack today. Option B, just about. Take the radishes, it's been long enough.
You pick up the sack of radishes and clandestinely try to find a buyer for them. No one around town is interested though, and you're not willing to keep hauling this bag around. You dump the bag back where you found it. Perhaps someone else will have better luck.
Are you kidding me? Is this... Right, this is random as hell. So this is a... This is an event that goes back in. And both option A and option B have no effect. I am very confused. Is there a secret option? I am so confused. Why is there a winter event that has nothing on it and then basically is a shuffle?
Nice.
Is it just so that, oh, there's like a non-bad event you can get? But there's so many events, like why put a card that has basically nothing in the deck? There are so many Outpost events. I don't really understand. It just seems like a waste. There's so many like opportunities to just do something. Why have one that literally does nothing? It must do something. I must be missing something. There's got to be like some implication or something, or maybe there's 2 that look very similar, kind of like the Vermilion Queen one in Gloomhaven. Maybe there's a similar thing going on here, and I just happen to get the one that does nothing, but maybe there's another one in there that does something. I guess that's a possibility. Anyway, I'm glad it's not an attack. Let's put it that way. It could be something later. Yeah, maybe something later. It just seems random why it's like go to the bottom. And there's no other discerning things on it. So yeah, be interested to see how that interacts with something else. Okay, good. So that's all done. So now we can do our outpost, our building phase, sorry, production phase, or whatever you want to call it. How are we doing? We need to make sure we have some gold here. I think I could probably do with buying some resources here, or as we know, we may as well. So what is that? So 4, 8, 12. Gonna gain some herbs. Gonna gain corpse cap and actioner. Okay. Yes, how much do I need for that? 4, 8, 12. Okay, he'll just buy it. Garden done. And then we just need to donate at the temple. Okay. That is that. Okay. I think I will probably, like, I don't really feel like doing anything more today. Is there anything I can build? I don't know if there is. There probably is. Maybe I should be spending morale to do 2 builds as well, really. I could build another wall. Fun. I'll just build another section of the wall. Is there anything else I can upgrade on there? Actually, yeah, I can do a wall. What prosperity am I? Prosperity 6 yet? 4? That's not right. I'm not prosperity level 4. Prosperity level 5. Oh, I've got the carpenter as well. I forgot about that. I guess I could start getting like the level 3s on the camps and stuff. I could start getting level 3s on the camps, couldn't I? So I could upgrade the logging camp maybe, and the mining camp. Do I have enough? That would probably be a pretty smart thing to do. Oh, and Coin, thank you so much for following. Welcome in. I thought you were already following. But welcome in. Okay, cool. So, do we have enough resources? That's the next question. I think we're pretty low at the moment, actually. Yeah, we really are. We've only got 1 hide in the Frosthaven supply. That's it. Nothing else. So these guys have got... Yeah, they ain't gonna be enough. Not to do both. Maybe I do the logging camp first. $663. Right, so that'll be the logging camp. And then... I don't think I'll have enough for anything more. No, I don't have enough wood. That's fine. I feel like that's fine. That's why I upgraded the logging camp, to get more wood next time. Okay, so we'll do that. We'll do logging camp. That'll be the only one we'll do. I wonder if we get anything cool with that. Logging camp 3. +1 prosperity. Lose a morale? Why would you lose morale for max level buildings? That seems a bit strange. Is that just to stop people from going crazy on the max buildings? Seems a bit weird to me. I mean, not that we're like struggling with morale or anything. But basically just +1 prosperity and then we'll get the sticker out. Getting the stickers out to stick them on the board. Okay. Oh no, where did I put my game board? Oh, it's literally in front of me. Do. All right, sticker time. The hardest part of every episode. Sticking the stickers in the right places. Got several on joins today, looks like. A joyous event. Wrong. Wrong. Okay, that's pretty good. Yeah, that one's it's wrong. It sort of was kind of right, and then it kind of went a bit funky, like it was like nearly there, and then it kind of just went a bit. It's going to crease up. Right, I should probably do it here because this is the easiest part to get right. Because then it's like that. You can. It's a nice, clearly lined up bit. There we go. Well, not perfect, but it'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. Nice. Actually, they came off pretty well in the end. I'll take it. Right. Elemental cores. That's got to be up. It's up on the coast somewhere. Yep, there it is. Spotted it straight away. I feel like it's more fun to not look to see exactly where they are, and just like try and figure it out. Wow, this one's like actually like laid on top of the other sticker almost. It's pretty crazily close to that. Huh. Yeah, pretty cool though. Elemental cores. I wonder. Oh, wouldn't it be such a meme if this actually unlocks triangles as a class? Just when you thought you're playing a game without triangles in it. I thought I'd escaped him. Oh, this is probably in Frosthaven, isn't it? No. Ah. It's the forest. Okay, so our waiting game 117. Again, probably in the forest, yeah, right next to it. Would you look at that? This board's starting to fill up nicely now, huh? I mean, look at how close all of these like little scenarios are together. They look like something. All right, there we go. So, there we have another episode successfully completed. So yeah, scenario aside, I wasn't a huge fan of the particular scenario. Still, like, you know, I can see what they're trying to do. It's probably still more fun than, you know, on balance to a kill all enemies style scenario. It's just, you know, when you are trying to really kind of grok the characters and really try to get a good understanding of them and trying to, like, find a nice order. Like, I feel like I'm getting there with the two characters. And funnily enough, I feel like Pyro is causing more issues than Hive, actually. Hive, to me, feels pretty natural, actually. I feel like I'm kind of getting into the groove of it. I'm probably not doing it as efficiently as it can be done, but I feel like I'm, you know, I get the core concepts and I'm able to weave between them. So, like, I'm maybe not doing it perfectly, but good enough. Pyro, though, at times I feel like I'm having an amazing scenario with Pyro, and I'm just smashing things, and other times, like, it just goes missing. It's a really interesting, like, conundrum to have, I think.
I think still, yeah.
Oh,
Scout
that's the blessing from Chat.
Yeah.
That's the blessing from.
Isaac, at this point, can we get your approval to add an additional attack modifier deck for allies in the digital version?